The Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning, guests. The senators and those in attendance, if you are able, please rise. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Mark Jenkins of Berea Baptist Church in Rockville. Following the prayer, if everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our Senate page, Vincent Squiglia of Chesapeake.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Creator, our Sustainer, and our Redeemer, give us upright, just, and fair men and women in our government, that our nation would be secure. You are the one, the Holy Scriptures say, channels the hearts of kings like rivers of water. So we ask that you guide those who carry the mantle of civic leadership. Give them wisdom, give them discernment in their many deliberations, and sustain them. For those who live right and blameless before you, keep them firm and strong. Whatever things are true, whatever things are noble, whatever things are just, whatever things are pure, whatever things are lovely, whatever things are of good report, if there is any virtue and if there is anything praiseworthy, may we meditate on these things. May those who labor in this great assembly meditate on these things in the discharge of their duties for the benefit of all the citizens of the Commonwealth. And may they endeavor in their term of service to secure the blessings of liberty for this generation and the generation to follow. And may we continue to live as a free people in the land. And I pray this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Thursday, March the 7th, 2024.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All those in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Somerville.
Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
Madam President, I move to waive the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, Madam President. they play music?
Please turn your attention to the voting boards for a photo montage. Chair recognizes the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
Madam President and members of the Senate, we have dozens of guests and family members in the Senate gallery today. As I call the name of each Senate page, those guests and family members should stand. Please remain standing until guests of the next Senate page are recognized. Henry James Adams of Arlington. London Demia Allen of Portsmouth. Jada Larice Ashan of Alexandria. Charles David Assel of Nottoway. Nyla Eleni Baraka, pronounce it, Baraka, of Henrico. Margaret Sophia Bartos of Fairfax. Keaton Ansel Breathwaite of Alexandria. Anaya Marie Brimley of Newport News. Ayana. Liana Sophia Kudor of Virginia Beach. Caroline Grace Chrisman of Hanover. Oh, there's Clyde. Caroline Milene Corning, pronounce it, of Fairfax. Grayson Allen Curewood of Richmond. Eloise Claire Davis of Albemarle. Elizabeth Ryan Donahue of Essex. Elena Ray Garrison of Rockingham. Haley Beatrice Halari of Newport News. Samuel Page Higginbotham, the fourth of Orange. William Henry Hostman of Shenandoah. Aubrey Ann Hubbard of Washington. Lucas Barker Hunter of Charlotte. Eshan James of McLean. Amir Nathaniel Mays of Portsmouth. Silas Arrow McDonald of Newport News. Robert William McMillan, the fourth of Mecklenburg. Ronald Ishmael Nina Jr. of Fairfax. Oh. Sophia Filipiana, pronounce it. Say it again. So,
Filipovna.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Of Hanover. Tavesha, where's it, Patel?
Sunil Kumar.
Thank you. Where's the family? Aubrey Julia Perry of Loudon. Jamia Rasul of Roanoke. Sydney Christina Robertson of Alexandria. Annabelle Swan Roncoroni of Falls Church City. Caleb Brian Rose of Richmond. There she is. Matthew Alexander Siebold of Fairfax. It's two of you. Ella Morgan Spouse, Mechanicsville. Vincent Michael Swalia of Chesapeake. Elijah Antonio Stith of Portsmouth. And Tyra
Sundaraman
of Prince William. Madam President and members of the Senate, again, please welcome the guests and family members of these outstanding Senate pages.
Family, thank you for giving us your children. Thank you for entrusting them to our care. They have learned quite a bit, and I'm sure when they come home fully to you after session, you'll realize they've grown quite a bit. They've matured. Indeed, they have been around us, and they've been helping us in seeing how we comport ourselves. And they've become quite a bit of a part of the legislative process. And what an experience that they've been given. What an opportunity. And I know that it will stay with them throughout their lifetime. So thank you very much for your children. We were grateful for them. And now, Chair recognizes Senator Stanley. The senator from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. I have before us right here the 2024 Senate page resolution number 1. I've read every word of it. And after my analysis, I now move that we waive the reading.
The question is, shall the reading of Senate Resolution number 1 be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the reading of Senate Resolution number 1 be waived? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
7, noes 32.
Aye 7, noes 32. The reading of the floor amendment will indeed be waived. I'm just checking.
Okay.
The reading of the floor amendment will not be waived. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Based on that vote, which was probably the first time we've not had a 21-19 or 19-21 vote in this chamber in a while, it's disheartening. My colleagues wish me to read this resolution. And so based on that, Madam President, I ask that this go by for the day.
The question is, for what
Madam
purpose
President.
does the senator from Orange rise?
I object. I like to hear my seatmate talk, so if he would read the resolution.
Senator Stanley.
Okay. Play it that way. That's fine. We sit next to each other. I mean, come on. We're supposed to be buds. All right. So based on that objection, then, Madam President, I would now move that this Senate page resolution number 1 of 2024 be recommitted to the Finance Committee's Special Subcommittee on Arenas. That way I know it won't be read.
The question is, shall Senate Resolution number 1 be recommitted to the Committee on Arenas as
Special Subcommittee on Arenas.
the senator has stated? All those
Madam
in favor, for what purpose, again, does the senator from Orange rise?
Substitute motion that the Senate not send the bill back to Finance Committee, and he have to read the resolution.
The question is, shall the motion, as the senator has stated it, be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The motion is agreed to. Senator Stanley.
Madam President, the Boysko Favola Stanley contingent here on the floor stands strong, and I appreciate your no votes. So now, Madam President, having no other recourse, I will now read for consideration and final passage the 2024 Senate page resolution number 1. A resolution of the class of 2024. Patrons: Adams, Allen, Ashen, Assel, Barakat, Bartos, Brathwaite, Brimley, Couture, Christmas, Cronin, Kerwood, Davis, Donahue, Garrison, Hilary, Higginbotham, Holtzman, Hubbard, Hunter, Jane, Mays, McDonald, McMillan, Nina, Nikolenko. Is that close? Did I do all right? Nikolenko. Hey, look at me. Take that, Senator Lucas. I did it on the first try. Rose, Siebold, Squilla, Squilla, Patel, Perry, Rasul, Robison, get your Ron Caroni, Rose, Sprouse, Stith, and Sunderman. Is that close? Okay. Did I miss anybody? Anybody miss it? No? All right. Good. Whereas we, the class of 2024, stand before you to acknowledge and thank the following. Senators, Madam Clerk, and staff, all of whom narrowed 137 applications down to 37. And senators, administrative assistants, legislative assistants, staff, parents, alumni, and many others for engaging in our annual community service project benefiting Feed More. In 9 weeks, we raised $11,008. Since this effort began with the class of 2012, over $100,000 has been donated. This Page class appreciates the support from everyone in recent years in this endeavor. And Lieutenant Governor Earl Sears for an inspiring open house. Governor and Mrs. Youngkin for welcoming us to the mansion. And Senator DeSteph for the ties, lapel pins, and bottoms-up pizza. Senator Eben for trivia. Senator Stanley for the T-shirts and glasses. Senator Servell for the pins. Mrs. Carter, Ms. Sposa, Ms. Maxey, Senator Lucas, Senator Locke, Senator Craig, and Senator DeSteph for the assorted Valentine's Day treats. Justin Weeks, Morgan Lewis, and Cheryl Knight at the Courtyard Marriott downtown. And our day team, Miss Davis, Miss Edie, Mr. Parker, Mr. Rangel, and Mr. Powell. Our tutoring team, Miss Gibson, Miss Berkeley, Miss Foster, Miss Smith, Miss Borum. Our overnight team, Mr. and Mrs. Snow, our hotel parents. Please give all of them a round of applause. And never forget our resilient and fearless leaders, Miss Trumbo and Mr. Finch. Bladen Finch. And we thank the Virginia DMV for the Sen 824 keepsake license plates. And whereas we are alert, mindful, aware, attentive, and wise, thanks to our program partners, Christy Dalton from Feed More Richmond, their service project liaison, Laura Brown, Charles Brown, and Susan Hoffman, Town and Country Cotillion on etiquette, Mason Gatch, Challenge Discovery Team Building, Alan Nash, Mecklenburg County Commonwealth's Attorney, Cheryl Dale and Tori Felis, the Virginia Credit Union on Money Management, Alexandra Williams, the Attorney General's Office on Cybercrimes, Officers Diane Dowdy, Chanda Cross, Bergeron, and K9 Casey, the Capitol Police, teaching us Public Safety 101. Kristen Howard, Crime Commission, Paul Murray, the Fire Services 101, Michelle Oblinski and Andy John, Virginia Department of Emergency Management, about disaster responses in the state. Ashley Herbig, Christopher Newport University, Rebecca Drury, College of Charleston, Barry Bradbury, Elon University, Ren Badalis, George Mason University, Frederico Glitman, George Washington University, Emily Gant, Hampden Sydney College, Moniette Martin, James Madison University, Emily Coffey, Liberty University, Brittany Mantiply, Longwood University, Kit Schultz, Mary Baldwin University, Catherine Fury, Meredith College, Carla Moore, Old Dominion University, Marcus Fritz, Radford University, Brian Rydberg, Roanoke College, Natalie Lugg, Randolph-Macon College, Amy Rawcliffe, Shenandoah University, Wizzy Christopher from Sweetbriar College, Ambrielle Vincent from the University of Lynchburg, Jerry Brown Jr. from the University of Mary Washington, Lauren Bennett from the University of Richmond, William Stratton from the University of South Carolina, Gabrielle Blake from the Virginia Commonwealth University, Jacob Skarak from the VMI, the Virginia Military Institute, Steve Milley from Virginia Tech, and Gabriel Rayner from William & Mary, all of them introducing us to college admissions. And this reminds me, Madam President, that I think all parents that are now watching their kids graduate today are going to be paying a lot of application fees after they visited with this many colleges this year. And our Senate Page alumni, Justin Wilson, Page class of 1993, now the mayor of Alexandria. John Beliles, Page class of 1986. Joseph Taylor, the Page class of 1996, now an attorney. R. Morgan Quick, Page class of 2000, Strata Clean Energy Senior Manager of Local Government Affairs here in the Capitol. Bryant Thomas, Page class of 2000, CHKD Government Relations Director. Graham Bryant, Page class of 2006, now Deputy Solicitor General, Office of the Attorney General. Thomas Canella, Page class of 2011, planner in the city of Poquoson. Sarah Page Murray, Page class of 2017, Janie Pennington, page class of 2019, recent U.S. Senate page. Bladen Williams, page class of 2020, also a recent U.S. Senate page. And Ava Sophia Robinson, page class of 2023, for sharing advice for being successful during session. And infinite wisdom we will carry into our professional lives. And whereas we, the class of 2024, salute those of you who admirably served and defended our great nation, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears, and please stand as I say your name, if you would not mind, for recognition. Senators William DeSteff, Senators John McGuire, Senator Todd Pillion, Senator Bryce Reeves, and Senator Richard Stewart. If you all would stand so that we can salute you and thank you for your dedication to our country. Thank you. And whereas we, the class of 2024, also salute those of you who regularly put your lives on the line to serve and protect as law enforcement professionals. All members of the Capitol Police here on Capitol grounds, the Virginia State Police, the Richmond City Police, and Senators Craig, Diggs, and Reeves, please accept our utmost appreciation. And whereas we, the class of 2024, learn chairs, stairs, and trust falls cannot be trusted. We learn that everyone should know how to tie a tie. We learn that 3 name tags offer variety. We learn that what happens in mock committee stays in mock committee. And whereas we, the class of 2024, endured hotel elevators going the wrong way, flipped umbrellas and soaked clothing walking in the rain, endless flights of stairs, the tearful goodbye to Mr. Finch, burnt popcorn causes hotel fire alarms. And whereas we, the class of 2024, had creative messaging to offset the losses at the basketball game, such as D-Steph Curry, Reeves makes threes, get sturdy for Sturdivant. My personal favorite, Boy Scores. Senator Jennifer Boy Scores. I shall refer to her as that name from here on out. Another one, Sugarline is on the starting line. McPike will win the fight. And another personal favorite, Rouse dunks on the house. He couldn't shoot. But if he dunked, he would have scored. We might have won. Just saying. 2-point loss. Really disappointing. But they did an excellent job, Madam President, in the spirit competition and made us proud. And whereas we, the class of 2024, will always remember the following quotes. Above 50 degrees, no jackets. Ayes 21, nays 19. Y'all heard that a lot. Ayes 19, nays 21. We heard that a lot. Quote, we are the finish line. French fries have separation anxiety. Meeting Charlie Brown, Will Smith, and Michael Jackson. Madam Clerk, sausage biscuit mystery. And who can't forget this quote? Practice? You talking about practice? Quote, and we all know you put the fun in funeral. Our graduation and completion of the program now therefore be it resolved that we, the class of 2024, picked Senator Stanley to read our resolution because he has the best jokes and nicest sunglasses. Thank you very much. And be it resolved further that we, the class of 2024, will remember to live in the moment and with kindness, respect, and love that will get you anywhere. And that ends the reading of the 2024 page class resolution. And now, Madam President, I renew my motion Was it to pass it by for the, okay, to pass the resolution. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the resolution, Senate Resolution Number 1, be agreed to? All those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The reading of the Senate Resolution Number 1 is waived.
Madam
Agreed
President,
to.
can we reconsider the vote so a member can
The
vote?
junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to reconsider the vote, which we passed SR1. Thank you.
The question is, shall the vote by which SR1 passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The vote is reconsidered. For what purpose does the senator from Hampton rise?
Madam President, I move that we recommit the 2024 Senate page Resolution Number 1 to the Committee on Senate Finance and Appropriations.
The question is, for what purpose does the senator from Portsmouth rise?
Madam President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that SGR 1
Be agreed to.
No, I don't want to go to finance. I recommend that it be re-referred to Senate rules.
The question is, shall Senate Rules Number 1 be re-referred to Senate Rules? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no? No. The noes have it. The bill is not re-referred.
Madam
Back
President.
to the
Senator
Stanley.
Having previously explained and read excruciatingly Senate Resolution Number 1, I renew my motion that the resolution pass.
Again, the question is, shall Senate Resolution Number 1 be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Resolution Number 1 is approved. Having had that bit of fun, Chair now recognizes Madam Clerk for remarks.
On behalf of the staff of the Senate Clerk's Office, I'd like to welcome all the parents and family members who are with us today. And I'm going to recognize the staff who have worked day after day after day after day with the pages. So our study hall team, they are not here with us today, but it was Sarah Gibson, Jean Berkeley, Christy Foster, April Smith, and Beverly Borum. So every night from Monday to Thursday, they were in study hall with these young people, trying to help them stay up to date on their assignments. The day team supervisors who are in that page room with 37 pages, 8 hours a day, and they're still with us. Candace Davis, Senate page supervisor, and I think, Candace, you're the longest serving page supervisor or survivor. Kim Eddy, assistant page supervisor. Jonathan Parker, assistant page supervisor. Anthony Powell, assistant page supervisor. And Luke Rangel, assistant page supervisor. Thank y'all for all you have done for 9 weeks. Now our hotel overnight team, the hotel mom and pop, Jeff and Lynn Snow, they have been with us for 18 sessions and do a great job. Thank you. And the year-round staff, Rose Ramsey, assistant clerk, Barbara Carter, information officer, and with program planning and administration, Laura Trumbo and Bladen Finch, who could not be with us today. This is an interesting day for us. It's happy in some ways. Supreme Court will be out of session. But it's also sad because we get to know all of you wonderful young people, and we're going to miss you. Even I don't get the sausage biscuit thing. It was always a bagel. Anyway, I have been working with this program for a short period of time. When I came here, way back in the dark ages, the Pages stayed at the John Marshall Hotel. No chaperones. No adults. I was horrified. I mean, I was a college graduate, and I wasn't allowed to stay in a hotel without adult chaperones. So, they also did not have study hall. I know y'all would like that. But things changed, and 2 years after I started here, we had chaperones and we had study hall. So we've come a long way. The Pages have had a first-hand introduction to the legislative process, as you saw today with the mock session. They've learned a lot, especially about not walking behind a senator who's speaking. But legislation is like making sausage. It's not always a pretty process. So they've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. In orientation, I told them that working here is like spending time in a foreign country, having to learn a new language, new customs, and I think they would agree after their last 9 weeks. This is probably the most diverse Page class in the history of the Page program. And I think that's wonderful for Virginia. This year, we've watched a group of young people who were very apprehensive at orientation and somewhat overwhelmed. But they have learned time management skills, business etiquette skills, money management, how to adjust to a roommate, life lesson for future marriages, what are the best restaurants for your money within their allowed radius of the Marriott, and that is not the tobacco company, and how a smile can brighten someone's day. We've had one appeal to the Supreme Court. It was denied. We've had several social events, as the resolution said, including a visit to the governor's mansion, the basketball game. They almost put the team over the top, and a visit with the lieutenant governor. Benjamin Franklin said, "Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn." I think that our program teaches and involves young people from the moment they walk in the door at orientation. Is this program worth it? Absolutely. We need to attract a new generation of the best and brightest of public service, and we hope this is a step forward for all of you. We told you, parents, at orientation that the young person you leave behind with us is going to be completely different to the person you get back home. They will not want to make up their bed. They will want to go out to eat every night as long as you pay. But we hope that you'll also notice that they are involved and interested in current events, unlike before they got here. And that I've had several pages tell me in the past, you know, when I go back to school, it's just not the same. The things they talk about aren't interesting. I want to talk about bills and legislation. They want to talk about sports and dates. So we'd like to be back there. Can we come again? No. No. You know too much now. We want you to always remember to be involved in your community, your state, and your country, no matter where you are when you grow up and start your careers. Always remember to vote, because so many women and men have paid the ultimate sacrifice for that right. We hope that one day some of you will be filling the various seats in this chamber. As Barbara Jordan said, she was a Texas legislator, a nation is formed by the willingness of each of us to share in the responsibility for upholding the common good. And that means looking out for your fellow man, reaching back and pulling them up if they need a hand. And I think you've learned about respect for each other's space. And I think we've learned what a challenge COVID really left behind with all of you. So we hope this experience is going to help some of the hurdles you've encountered because of COVID, learning how to get along with each other, learning how to socialize without using a phone, learning to respect each other's beliefs and allowing people to have those beliefs and express them. But it has been an eye-opener for me and my staff. So parents, we understand. We want to thank all of you families who have shared your young people with us for the last 9 weeks. As I said, they're going to be different. They might even read a newspaper online. We're going to miss them, their smiles, their cheerful greetings, their laughter, their questions, their interest. And now, young people, you are part of the fabric of this very special capital. We want you to come back and visit. Be sure to wear a name tag so we know who you are. Thank you for all you have done. You're a great group of young people, and we are proud to have a part of your life. Share it. So may the sun bring you new energy by day. May the moon softly restore you by night. May the rain wash away your worries. May the breeze blow new strength into your being. And may you walk gently through the world and know its beauty all the days of your life. Bless you.
Henry James Adams. London Demaya Allen. Jada Larice A. Shawn. Charles David Astle. Nahila Alani Baraka. Margaret Sophia Bartos. Keaton Ansel Brathwaite. Ayana Marie Brimley. Liliana Sophia Couture. Caroline Grace Chrisman. Caroline Maylene Cronin. Grayson Allen. Grayson Allen Kerwood. Eloise Claire Davis. Elizabeth Ryan Donahue. Elena Ray Garrison. Hallie Beatrix Holliare. Samuel Page Higginbotham IV. William Henry Holtzman. Aubrey Ann Hubbard. Oh, sorry. Lucas Baker Hunter. Ishan Jane. Amir Nathaniel Mays. Silas Arrow McDonald. Robert William McMillan IV. Ronald Ismail Nena Jr. Sophia Filipnova Nikolenko. Tavesha Sunil Kumar Patel. Aubrey Julia Perry. Jamila Jenna Rasul. Sydney Christina Robeson. Annabelle Swan Roncaroni. Caleb Brian Rose. Matthew Alexander Siebold. Ella Morgan Sprouse. Vincent Micah Squelia. Elijah Antonio Stith. Tara Sundaraman.
Now, that white envelope, you ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 4. One, 2, 3, and this is from the members of the Senate. Don't spend it all in one place, okay? And for the parents, you will get a video of everything that took place today. You will get a video of everything that took place today. So if you missed a snapshot, don't worry, you'll get the movie. No, we cut that out. Thank you very much, and have a great summer.
We thank our pages as they exit the chamber. And we'll see another class soon. The Senate will be at ease. To order. We are at that time in our morning hour when we will begin to discover who all of you are in our gallery. And the normal procedure is that the senator will rise and introduce you, and please rise at that time. But if you will hold your applause until after I've recognized you, then we'll applaud you together. And so with that, I do now call on Senator McGuire, the senator from Goochland.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Today, I rise to introduce Reverend Mark Jenkins to the Senate. Will you go ahead and stand? Reverend Jenkins just returned from Israel. You know, as a Christian in the Bible, it says we must stand with Israel. He's delivered body armor to help protect first responders in Israel. And for those that might want to help, he's got a warehouse more of body armor, and we need to get that to Israel. There are two ways to live your life. You could be a man or a woman of preference, and in that case, it's your decision making is based on how you feel today or tomorrow. Or you could be a man or woman of principle. And as Christians, those principles come in the Bible, and they give us strength and help us make decisions, especially during difficult times. And I want to thank you, Reverend Jenkins, for opening us up in prayer and sharing some of those principles and truth as we near the end of session. Reverend Jenkins is the associate pastor of Berea Baptist Church in Rockville, which also houses the Faith Community Academy. And he was born and raised here in Richmond area and later graduated from Shawan College in North Carolina. Some may recognize him from his previous pastoral service at Grove Avenue Baptist Church. He presently resides with his wife and children in Goochland. I ask that we give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank you so very much, Reverend Jenkins, for coming. And yes, sir, please continue to stand so that we can see you. Thank you for coming and for praying for us and for all that you do to help those who are not able. Certainly, it's a sacrifice, and we're glad that you're there. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Senator Subramaniam, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. With us in the gallery today on International Women's Day are members of the Northern Virginia Afghan community, if they would rise. They include refugees, former government officials from Afghanistan, and women's rights champions. And I'm honored to also introduce as one of them Habiba Ashna, a women's rights activist who has been working for the past decade to support these Afghan women and so many others. They are also part of an important effort to get the U.S. government to protect women's rights in Afghanistan. And many Afghan refugees now call the Commonwealth home, and I hope we can continue to promote educational and economic opportunities, as well as honor all of the work that's being done to support women at home and abroad. So, Madam President, I hope that we can give them a warm Senate welcome.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Thank you so very much for coming, and thank you for the fight. That your fight is a very difficult fight, very difficult, I think, from what we fight here. You could lose your lives for it, and that's certainly a great sacrifice, and we're so glad that you're still willing to make that sacrifice. We hope to come alongside you and help you in that. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of our Senate. Senator DeSteff, the senior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, today in the gallery are very special guests. Brooke Humphrey is a daughter of my legislative aide, Scott Humphrey, and is visiting us from the Academy of the Lakes High School. Brooke is engaged in politics and current events at a level that is rarely seen in one so young. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Brooke is the kind of young lady that gives us great confidence in the next generation. I'm glad to see she was able to join us today. Madam President, members of the Senate, I ask you to give Brooke Humphrey the warmest welcome of the Senate. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Brooke. Thank you for coming and for helping the senator. You are beginning your adult life pretty soon, and you've seen all the ins and outs of it, I'm sure, and you know how to be as you grow, as you continue to grow. And thank you, Dad, for bringing her for us to see her. Senators, let us give her and Dad the warmest welcome of their Senate. Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Today in the gallery, we are joined by some very special guests. The most special among them, and I hope she will stand up, is an outstanding educator from my district in Chesterfield. This is Miss Vivian Rivera Masonet. She is a 4th grade Spanish dual language immersion teacher at Elizabeth Scott Elementary, and this is the only elementary school that offers a Spanish dual language immersion in Chesterfield County. Vivian brings over 20 years of teaching experience into the classroom. But what's really, really exciting is that the National Association of Bilingual Education recently named her as the National 2024 Bilingual Teacher of the Year. So congratulations on this tremendous honor. She was named the 2022 Chesterfield School Teacher of the Year, and so she has been receiving a lot of recognition for her amazing opportunities that she provides in the classroom to her students. We all know how critical our English language teachers are to the Commonwealth's education system and the success of our students, as well as for the inclusion of our EL families, and we're so fortunate to have an outstanding teacher such as Vivian in Chesterfield County. Joining her today are a few other guests, and I hope they will stand. Husband Alexis Vincente is here. Her grandson Noah Perez is also here, along with her mom Migdalia Massanet. So a full family. And we also have the chair of the Chesterfield School Board, Dot Heffron, as well as Ann Coker, Chesterfield School Board member, and Bettina Stodd, who is the co-founder of Global Virginia. Madam President, I ask that we give them all a warm welcome.
Mom, I'm going to start with you because it started with you, and you must be so very proud of your daughter. I can't even imagine how your heart is bursting for your daughter to be the national bilingual teacher, not just the region, not just the state, but national. What a feat that is. And of course, there is your child, so very proud of you. And when our children are proud of us, there's no other feeling like it. And when our parents are proud of us, now that's something else. We're so glad that you are where you are, helping our children to learn. Thank you, family, very much, and thank you for coming out to support her. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Durant, the senator from Stafford.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, in the gallery today we have Stafford County Superintendent Dr. Thomas Taylor. If you ask him to rise. Dr. Taylor was announced the Region 3 Superintendent of the Year by Virginia Association of School Superintendents last week. Dr. Taylor took the helm of Stafford County Public Schools in 2021, the same year that I came to the General Assembly, and has now become a good friend. He oversees 33 schools serving more than 31,000 students and over 4,300 employees, and is now Stafford County Schools, Madam President, is now the fastest growing school district in the entire Commonwealth. Thomas has been a strong advocate not only for Stafford County schools, but for students and educators across the Commonwealth, assisting with legislation to support our teachers and staff, better serve our students, and enhance school safety, improve outcomes. Madam President, members of the Senate, I hope you will join me in giving Dr. Taylor a warm Senate welcome.
Dr. Taylor, you have risen through the ranks, and you are now, absolutely a part of leadership. And as you know, with leadership comes much accountability and responsibility, and you've not shirked from it because now you've been chosen to be the regional superintendent, and we wish so much greater things for you, and indeed you will achieve them because your achievements will go on ahead of you. Thank you so very much for helping our children to learn. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Is there any other business to come for the morning hour? Hearing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Friday, March the 8th, 2024. Bills in conference. Page 2, House Bill 62.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we concur with the conference report in speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill is now exactly like the bill the Senate passed 40-0. The bill actually allows localities to set up a registry and to publish that registry of those who were convicted of a felony animal cruelty offense. Again, it's permissive, and the senator from Franklin County actually sponsored it in our body. I hope it is the will of the Senate to pass this conference report. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 62? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Page 3, Conference Committee report on House Bill 66.
Senator Van Valkenburg, the junior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, when this bill came over from the House, it was a bill that made sure that all school systems followed the fire code for fire drills. And when we got our hands on it in Senate Education, we tied the fire code to the legislative code, which said to do 4 fire drills. I learned a lot in this process, and we went through a lot of things. We're going back to the House version of this. The fire marshals were not happy with my changes and made it be known. And but we're going to have some conversations about how we can get less fire drills in schools in the future, possibly through the fire code. But this will help provide some transparency around schools and how many fire drills are supposed to do, because the code is a little confusing as it interplays with the fire code. And so I would ask that you adopt this conference committee report, and I will fight on for less fire drills in schools next year.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 3, Conference Committee report on House Bill 98.
Again, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this was about allowing participation.
Your motion,
Oh,
Senator.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we adopt the conference committee report and speaking to that
The
motion.
senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this is a bill that will allow schools to count participation in JROTC as physical education credit. When it came over to the Senate, it was a shall. We turned it into a may. They are accepting our position of a may, and the reason for that is, especially in your larger localities, this is a wonky thing, and so I hope that you will adopt the conference committee.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The report is adopted.
On page 3, House Bill 102.
Senator Perry, the junior senator from Loudoun.
Madam President, I move we adopt the conference committee report and speaking to that motion.
Senator may continue.
So this is the bill from the House. It matches the Senate side bill. The bills ended up in conference. This raises fees for court-appointed counsel for indigent defendants, and this bill raises the fees. The conference was how much it raises the fees for each carve-out category. So we have found happiness, not peace in the valley, but on the report, and I would ask the members to pass the conference committee.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
On page 4, House Bill 139.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
That was, Madam Chair, I move that the conference report be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
That was very quick turnaround from the time we signed the report. I apologize for that. The conference report essentially accepts the House position and puts the bill in a posture that it provides for work, I think, in certain public utility and underground facilities for I think it will produce higher wages for those who do the work. It is a prevailing wage bill. That's right. I apologize. I ask that you pass the bill.
Senator The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Chair votes no.
Page 5, House Bill 252.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the conference report be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What this bill does is it directs the Department of Health to set up a sickle cell registry and to inform healthcare providers and epidemiologists about what criteria should be contained in that registry. And there's also a requirement that an annual report be provided to the General Assembly committees, the respective committees. The purpose of this bill really was to understand the scope of the sickle cell disease in the Commonwealth and to perhaps glean some guidance on future research areas to help treat sickle cell. So with that explanation, Madam President, I hope it is the will of the body to adopt the report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The conference committee report is adopted.
House Bill.
He hasn't rang in. For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax County rise?
Madam Chair, having voted, make a motion, having voted on the prevailing side by which we rejected House Bill 139, I'd ask that that vote be reconsidered.
All right. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 139 was passed be reconsidered? Was rejected be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, noes 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
This is the bill that I hesitatingly described a little bit ago because we had just done the conference report this morning. But having explained it best I could, I move that it pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Page 6, House Bill 285.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the conference report be adopted. In speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The conference report, this deals with bus shelters of 256 square feet or less in terms of its permitting. The conference report puts the permitting authority to localities and not state general services, while also mitigating the liability and risk that was part of our concern in Senate Finance. So that is also resolved in the finance report and move its adoption.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 6, House Bill 310.
Senator Dees, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the conference report pass. And I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
This conference report is identical to the conference report we agreed to the other day for Senate Bill 710. It involved a number of judges over which there was some controversy, but that was resolved. So again, I ask you to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 7, House Bill 342.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the conference report be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. What this bill does is it actually blends the Senate version and the House version on this topic. It directs the Department of Health to come up with a plan for how state agencies should secure naloxone or another opioid antagonist, and how they should distribute naloxone and another opioid antagonist to their employees. And it also requires that state agencies have naloxone and opioid antagonists. With that explanation, Madam President, again, I renew my motion that we agree to the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference...
Madam President.
The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Would the senator yield for a question?
Will Senator Favola yield?
Yes, I will yield.
Senator Favola yields. Senator McDougal has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd ask the senator, when this version was originally in Senate Finance, I believe it required every state agency to have that at all locations, which if you just add ABC stores and VDOT locations, we're in the multiple hundreds, if not over 1,000. Is that the way the bill currently is now?
Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. The way the bill reads now, we picked up lines 12 through 14 of House Bill 342, is that each state agency shall possess. We don't specify that the state agency has to have it in every satellite office or every location.
Thank the senator.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 8, House Bill 398.
Senator Pekarsky, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Madam President, could we have this pass by for just a few minutes, please?
Temporarily.
Yep.
Without objection, House Bill 398 passes by temporarily.
Page 9, House Bill 555.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax.
Madam President, could this go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 555 goes by temporarily.
Page 9, House Bill 576.
Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, may this go by temporarily?
Without objection, the bill goes by temporarily.
Page 10, House Bill 596.
Senator Perry, the junior senator from Loudoun.
Madam President, if the senator would like, I'm happy to explain this bill.
I'm happy to yield.
Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the House cognate of the Senate bill that we passed.
Your motion, Senator?
I would move that the Senate adopt the conference report. And
the senator
speaking to
has
that
the floor.
motion,
Yes, sir.
Madam President, this is the House cognate to the Senate version of the bill that deals with royalties that may come as a result of the wind farms to help supplant some money that commercial fishermen may use. We actually reverted to the original introduced version, which is what passed the Senate last week, I think. So I'd ask you to adopt the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Page 11, House Bill 700.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference report. And speaking to that motion.
The senator may say on.
Thank you, Madam President. What HB 700 does is it actually is a compromise between a bill that the Senate passed and the House passed, and it requires our public institutions of higher education, if there is a student who was in foster care at the age of 18 and is matriculating in that institution, that the institution shall cover the cost of educational fees and also room and board. We have talked to stakeholders. This is something the public institutions believe they can absorb. It is a step towards helping our foster youth actually achieve a four-year degree. Foster youth have a very low bachelor degree attainment. Only 4% in the country actually receive a four-year degree, children exiting foster care. So we're those of us who are conferees or worked on this bill are very excited about it, and I hope it is the will of the body to adopt this report. Thank you.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 12, House Bill 790.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville. All right. Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
I move the conference report be adopted, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is the bill dealing with selling nicotine or tobacco products to people underage. We kept the fine schedule, but we made some changes in what happens after second and multiple offenses. After a second offense in 36 months, locations are required to use an electronic verification for future identifications. And after a third offense in 36 months, there's a 30-day suspension of the license. And after a fourth offense, a revocation of the ability to sell the products. Again, I move it pass.
The question is, Senator Sturdivant, the senator from Colonial Heights.
Madam President, would the senator from Alexandria yield for a question?
Will Senator Eben rise and yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. Senator Sturdivant has the floor.
Madam President, I'd ask the senator, when this bill left the Senate, we had excluded active duty members of the armed forces who were under the age of 21, as I recall. Is that still in this committee report?
Senator Eben has the floor.
It is not. This requires that everyone who purchases these products be 21 or older, regardless of military status.
Thank the gentleman.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The report is adopted.
Page 13, House Bill 830.
Senator Rome, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move adoption of the conference committee report, and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is identical to the cognate for my bill that cleared this body on a 39-1 vote yesterday. So with that, I renew my motion that the conference report pass.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
On page 13, House Bill 893.
Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference committee, and speaking briefly to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This is dealing with the qualifications and performances of attorneys appointed to represent parents or guardians as guardian ad litem. The conference report really just aligned the fee schedule with what we've done on other court-appointed rates and added a 6-month delay. It was more closely aligned with the House version than the Senate, and I ask that we adopt it.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 14, House Bill 909.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the conference report be adopted, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What this does is it actually directs DMAS to ask for authority through a waiver process, so we can provide home care in a much more conducive and easier way for families. Specifically, we are directing DMAS to ask through a waiver process that parents with 2 children who are on a developmental disability waiver, if they could work more than 40 hours a week and be reimbursed. And we ask that the requirement for that a parent have to document that no other provider is available. We would like that requirement removed so parents can provide care at home without having to go out and do that very tedious task. And we're also allowing step-parents and grandparents to be noted as the employer and consumer-directed Medicaid reimbursement projects under, again, our waiver program. Lastly, this bill also directs DMAS to evaluate respite care and what the cost implications would be for having parents or family members provide respite care, and what the strategies would be for actually implementing such a program if we were to move forward. And a report is due to the General Assembly. This has truly been a challenging process, but I believe this bill consolidates the many requests that came before my health subcommittee and the parent subcommittee of education and health on this very important issue of helping our families support their loved ones when they're receiving a Medicaid waiver, and helping our families provide the care that they were able to provide during the COVID period. And many families want to continue to do that. This sets up that process. I hope it is the will of the body to adopt this conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 15, House Bill 1087.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that, Madam President, after much deliberation,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you. The Senate version is the version that we all have agreed to. So that's the reason why we adopted the conference committee report. And this is on the College and Career Ready Virginia program establishing the fund.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 16, House Bill 1108.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 1108. And speaking to that,
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, House Bill 1108 is a companion to my Senate Bill 18, and we went through a number of changes relative to this bill. It deals with construction management and design bill contracting, and we've come to an agreement dealing with design bid bill project delivery method that utilizes competitive sealed bidding as a default method of procurement for construction. We were hung up on 4 words, so we decided to let the House have those 4 words. So with that, I again move that we adopt the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
On page 16, House Bill 1125.
Senator Locke, again, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report, and speaking to that,
The senator has the floor.
House Bill 1125 is the same as my Senate Bill 217. This deals with establishing the Virginia Business Ready Expedited Program, permitting program, and the conference report adopts a Senate position, lowering the initial number of projects from 6 to 4 to allow VEDP and other agencies to stand up the program. Other aspects of the bill reflect the bill as it came out of Senate General Laws, and I move to adopt the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 16, House Bill 1174.
Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate agree to the conference committee report, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 1174, this is the bill that's related to the assault firearms. To purchase them, we have to change the age from 18 to 21, and on the conference, we agreed that it would only be assault firearms. So I hope that we adopt that report.
The question is, shall the committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. Senator Jordan, the senator from Isle of Wight.
Page 17, House Bill 1269.
Senator Pillion, the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the conference report be adopted. Speaking to that,
The senator may continue.
this is the barrier crime bill that passed out 33 to 7. The conference report takes the Senate position, except for one compromise, and that was that the report requires that any conviction included in the bill must have occurred more than 4 years prior to the application date for employment. My bill was 5, the House was 3. We agreed to 4. With that, Madam President, I move the conference report be agreed to.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, no 6. The report is adopted.
House Bill, on page 18, House Bill 1457.
Uh, 1457. Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we adopt a conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And this bill is the cognate to the VIP grant as requested from Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and that came as a recommendation from a JLOC study as well. We recommended $8 million. The House recommended $6 million, so we compromised on $7 million. And so I renew my motion to adopt the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 19, Senate Bill 36.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report to Senate Bill 36 and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill remedies the ruling of the Gloss v. Wheeler case that provided an impact to local governments regarding meetings, and it impacted elected officials' ability to attend public meetings. The conference report provides a compromise for all of the parties involved with regard to those meetings. And with that, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 20, Senate Bill 135.
Senator Head, the senator from Botetourt.
Thank you, Madam President. I move adoption of the conference report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The conference report simply reverts us back to the Senate position as was adopted 40-0 here. This is changing the number of changing the acreage requirement for sites for grants from VEDP. And again, this is the exact language as passed the Senate to begin with. So just again renew the motion to adopt the conference report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 21, Senate Bill 217.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt a conference committee report to Senate Bill 217. This is the same as House Bill 1125, as previously explained, regarding Virginia Business Ready Expedited Permitting Program that establishes that program. Again, I move that we adopt this conference committee report to SB 217.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Page 21, Senate Bill 256.
Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to adopt the conference report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the insurance bad faith bill, and the conference report that's in front of you is exactly the bill that we passed out of the House when it came back over here. It has the instead of having a double damages, double judgment damages clause, the court can award up to $500,000 in its discretion. That was the House position, which I had no problem with. The one change in the conference report is it deletes the enactment clause in the bill. The enactment clause said that it would only apply to incidents occurring after July 1 of 2024. We deleted that so that people who are currently in litigation starting on July 1 going forward would have the benefit of this statute. They wouldn't have to wait for cases, collisions that happen after July 1, which means the statute really wouldn't apply for another 2 or 3 years. So that's basically what it does. The insurance industry is not going to like that change, but this is designed to bring them into start paying the claims that they're insured to pay. And so I'd hope we could adopt the conference report.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from... The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 9, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 30, noes 9, Rule 36-1. The report is adopted.
Page 22, Senate Bill 313.
Senator Van Valkenburg, the junior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move adoption of the conference committee report and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this is a bill that we passed out 40-0, and the version of the conference version has the two components that we voted on. So one was a disclosure form for businesses that were selling solar to residential homes, so that people knew what they were getting, they knew the process, they knew their rights. And then it created a report led by the SEC for what should be future consumer protections when it comes to this kind of nascent industry. On the House side, and this is maybe more for my friends on the other side, on the House side, this vote got a little bit more partisan because Delegate Glass's version included a part about roofers and said that the disclosure form would have the license number of the person doing it, which we took out in the final version, and seemed to suggest that the only people who could do this were certain licensed roofers. That came out of the bill as well, and what we put in the enactment clause is that DPOR, and this was in consultation with DPOR, that DPOR moving forward would review the licensing exams for alternative energy system contracting to ensure that the exam included some testing about actually installing those services. And so you got kind of three things in the final bill. In the short term, you've got the disclosure form, so folks know what they're getting. In the medium term, trying to make sure that the people who are doing the work know what they're doing. And then in the long term, this study that's trying to figure out what, if anything, should we do moving forward. And so I hope we would adopt the conference report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Senate Bill 356.
Senator Perry, the junior senator from Loudoun.
Madam President, I move to adopt the conference committee report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is the same bill that we just passed out of the House that raises fees for counsel who are appointed to represent indigent defendants. It marries the bill out of the House. I'd ask that we adopt the committee report.
The question is, shall the committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 24, Senate Bill 453.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the conference report be agreed to, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The House has agreed to our version of the bill. Essentially, what we did from identical bills is strip out the 3% credit card charge that was allowed for inspection stations to extract from those using credit cards. The House agreed with our change. What the bill did in general was to raise the amount that the owners and manufacturers of the equipment used in emission stations could have an increase in the amount of money it took yearly to maintain that equipment. So all the bills are lining up, and would renew my motion that the conference committee report be agreed to.
The question is, shall the report be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The report is adopted.
Page 25, Senate Bill 488.
Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we accept the conference report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, we actually just heard about this same bill moments ago from Senator Favola. It is the companion bill for House Bill 909, and so having previously explained, I ask that we can again agree to that, those changes and adopt this report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
On page 27, Senate Bill 582.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Yes, I move we accept the report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is the cognate to the report we previously accepted, House Bill 790, about penalties for selling liquid nicotine or tobacco products to underage consumers that we previously explained. Move it, we accept it.
The question is, shall it be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The report is adopted.
Page 28, Senate Bill 597.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that the conference report be adopted. And speaking to the motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple changes in the conference report, and this is the bill related to affordable housing and ensuring that all localities have the ability to adopt, should they choose to, an affordable housing ordinance. In meeting with stakeholders, we worked through language to make sure that really the focus in establishing an advisory committee was to really dig down to the effectiveness and feasibility of incentives for the economic viability for the affordable housing units, whether it be workforce or different measures, and ensure that essentially it gets down to yield. And so it really was, I think, a good addition to the bill to make sure it's functional and productive. And so move the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The report is adopted.
Page 28, Senate Bill 626.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth. I'm sorry, Senator Pillion. The senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the conference report be adopted. And speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a companion bill to House Bill 1269, which we just adopted 34-6. And with that, Madam President, I move the conference report be agreed to.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, no 7. The report is adopted.
Page 28, Senate Bill 627.
Now, Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President, can that go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 627 goes by temporarily.
Page 29, Senate Bill 726.
Senator Pillion, again, the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the conference report be agreed to. And speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The report is identical to the companion bill, House Bill 732, which passed the Senate with our amendments 39-0 on Monday. I ask that we agree to the conference report. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Senate Bill 737 on page 30.
Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to adopt the conference committee report and speaking to the motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, the one change, this is the bill about electrification, trying to convert folks that use fuel oil and propane over to heat pumps. The only change the conference report has is it adds language back in the bill, which was inadvertently deleted in some amendments we made over in the House, that any increases in electricity consumption caused by people using a heat pump instead of using fuel oil will not be considered a reduction in energy savings on the energy savings requirements set forth in the VCEA. That was actual critical language that mistakenly came out. That's basically all the conference report does. Otherwise, the bill is identical to the bill we passed.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The report is adopted.
Returning to page 8, House Bill 398.
Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adopt the conference report and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a House, not exactly cognate, but a House bill that was very similar to one of the bills we passed regarding restorative practices discipline in schools, and we have been able to come to a good compromise. And in this House bill, we have added what the definition is of evidence-based restorative disciplinary practices, gave some examples, and asked the Department of Ed to compile information as to what localities are using this, since they already compile information on disciplinary practices. And the biggest change is probably that we went from where my bill was, which required that a school system first try one of these best practices for a disciplinary infraction to consider that they use them first. So I renew my motion that we adopt the report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The report is adopted.
Page 9, House Bill 555.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the conference report be agreed to, and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the Office of the Inspector General creating the Ombudsman staff for the Department of, to have oversight over the Department of Corrections. The House has conceded to the wisdom of the Senate on this and have already passed it through the Senate, and this just will put the House version in to be identical to the Senate version, and I urge that we support the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 9, House Bill 576.
Senator Carroll, the junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would move that we adopt the conference committee report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the body. This is the same bill that I just explained, Senate Bill 313, that we passed 39-1 about 3 minutes and 45 seconds ago. So I would hope you would vote the same way again. So I move the conference committee report.
The senator is precise. The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Page 28, Senate Bill 627.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President,
Senator, help me.
can that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 627 goes by temporarily. Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move to stand in recess until 3:15. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have to go out and do our budget briefing here, which is going to take about 45 minutes down the hall, and then we're going to come back. We have about 12 more conference reports to go through that they need to get loaded in, that they have at the desk, and then we'll knock out those 12 and call it a day, and then come back tomorrow and knock out whatever's left tomorrow afternoon. That's the plan.
Senator McDougall, the senator from Hanover.
Madam President, could we be at ease for 1 second?
Without objection, the senator is at ease.
Madam President.
Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to withdraw my motion really quick so I can we return for the morning hour for an introduction?
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, joining us up in the gallery today is my 2009 House of Delegates classmate, my 2008 Obama national delegate, co-delegate, and my good friend Mark Keem, who's joined us today from Northern Virginia. Mark left us last year, and he's had a few health problems that he's recovered from marvelously. And I'm just telling you how wonderful it is to see him here on 2 feet. Mark has been a good friend. He was an incredible state legislator while he served, and it's good to see him down here in Richmond joining us. And I hope you can give the warm welcome to the Senate.
Indeed, we are so glad to see you. I think we would call it miraculous. And here you are. We are very glad that you are well. Thank you. Thank you. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Senator Sorovell.
And thank you, Madam President. Having said that, I'm going to make my motion that we stand in recess until 3:15, and we're going to have the briefing here in this room, so nobody needs to go anywhere. Just stay in your seats.
Without objection, the Senate is at recess until 3:15.
actually not that different from the Senate budget. This budget before you will increase structural balance as compared to the introduced budget. It reverses some of those items to further align some one-time sources with one-time spending. There's a lot of cash and capital outlay, for instance. We did leave some literary fund for school construction and didn't sweep that in the second year, so there wouldn't be a hole in the next biennium. It does some other things. So one of the big things, which I'm sure you've seen or heard already, it prioritizes funding for pre-K through 12 education. A lot of additional money there. Wendy will cover that in detail when she gets to it. There's also pay increases of 3% in each year for teachers and state employees and state-supported local employees. And Health and Human Resources support is still focused on behavioral health, crisis funding, and Medicaid provider rate increases. And as you might remember, I'm just going to make a note to remind you, in the introduced budget, most of the mandatory spending in Medicaid, the K-12 rebenchmarking, and the backfilling of the health care fund from lower tobacco revenue and other lower sources that consumed most of your general fund resources, the way the introduced budget came. This budget does reverse the $1 billion of tax reductions from the introduced budget and accounts from the revenue for the new economy categories for individuals and a category of the business to business. And Tyler will cover that in more detail, but I will note under business to business, it now only applies to software applications. And additionally, I'll just remind you that those new economy categories do recognize shifting consumption patterns to keep from further eroding your sales tax base. For instance, a thing that used to be a CD now is a digital download of a song. There are many other examples that we've talked about before. And then I will also note, because this is a question we had previously gotten, that the Revenue Reserve Fund withdrawal now is spread between 2 years and is used exclusively for one-time funding as well. And from now, I'll turn it over to Tyler to cover resources in more detail.
Okay, on slide number 5, this is the House Bill 29 resource changes. The major thing to note is the resources increased by $118.7 million. From the introduced. A lot of that is because of legislative balances, reversions, auxiliary balance reversions, a forecast adjustment for revenues, and then some transfers related to the lab school fund. And then net spending decreases by $18.4 million. And so at the very bottom of slide number 5, you see the total carry forward balance from the caboose bill of $2.5 billion. And when you turn to slide number 6, that $2.5 billion is your beginning balance for the House Bill 30. The other adjustments made by the conference result in an increase of $2.6 billion in available resources. $2.1 billion is coming from the tax changes. That is the reversal of the governor's introduced tax policy actions, the new economy tax credits, and then the application of that new economy to B2B sales. There's transfer adjustments related to moving non-general funds to general funds, and then you notice the operations and capital outlay spending increased by the conference amendments of $2.6 billion, leaving an unappropriated balance of $17.9 million. If you turn to slide number 7, this is the list of the tax policy actions that are increasing revenue. You see the reversal of the tax policy actions that were assumed as the bill was introduced. You see the expansion for the sales tax base for the business-to-consumer transactions. So those are streaming, digital downloads, and certain digital services. And then, as April mentioned, there's the software applications for business-to-business. So in most cases, businesses buying software, they're the end user of the software, and it's not going into making another product or another good. You see an update for sports betting. You see a reflection of actual utilization of tax credits. You see implementation of legislation related to the historic rehabilitation tax credit. There's also additional revenue assumed from increased compliance efforts at the Department of Tax relating to an operating amendment for positions there. And then you see additional revenue from legislation that's passed. Madam Chair, that completes resources and the high-level overview if there are questions.
Good afternoon. Moving on to public education.
The main highlights are on slide 10. As Tyler mentioned, we did not have a lot of changes in the caboose bill other than the college laboratory school balances and some technical updates that we had provided there. So for public education on slide 10, our major items are listed in this area. As Tyler and April mentioned, this includes a 3% salary increase that'll be effective July 1 of each year. We did maintain the restoration of the general fund payments in lieu of sales tax. There's also an additional $527 million, or the full amount is the $527, including the introduced for the early childhood care and education. And just to note a few differences from what the Senate and the House had is that this will include additional growth in slots and also maintaining co-payments at the current rates that are applied in 2024, as well as making sure that the VPI, for those that have been interested in that, also keeping that VPI cap at 0.5. The next major item is the at-risk students. There's $371 million. The way that the at-risk is being done is more on how the House did that. They are actually relooking at all of at-risk. This is a JLARC recommendation and prevention and intervention and remediation funds. So it's reallocating them based on the new JLARC formula. We maintained the $61 million that was introduced for the reading specialists, and then also $72 million for English language learners, and this is transitioning to a tiered staffing standard based on their proficiency levels. There's $5.1 million in the school breakfast program and $4.4 million for recent legislation that passed related to special education. There's tables on the following pages that provide more details of other items that are included. Those are on slides 11. In terms of the non-general funds, on slide 12, April mentioned that we did, with the conference budget, that we did keep some money in the literary fund to support teacher retirement, but we put that back in the second year. So we still have about $250 million for school construction. And on slide 13, there's just lists of the supplementals that we had agreed to. Those are on slide 14. And I mentioned a few of the actions that we had on the early childhood. Excuse me, that's on slide 15 as well. That describes some of the different actions that we had there. The last thing I'll mention in K-12 is under Department of Ed on slide 16, we restore the Office of School Quality, but require reporting for them to be able to get the funds to understand what's been happening with school quality, as well as what their future plans are, and provided funding for the Office of Community Schools. And then the state assessment system, we're asking them to continue working on that state assessment system so that we can relook at funding for that in the next year. And that's the major items for public education. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Okay, I'll be quick on higher education. These major highlights are on slide 18. The major investments are about $205 million for increasing access, affordability, and degree production. This includes $40 million in investments to the HBCUs. And this is really to help operations at the institutions, as well as some of the signature initiatives that are mentioned with HBCUs. There's $40 million provided to support waivers with the Virginia Military Survivor Program, knowing that costs have been increasing at institutions. There's also some changes to that program to limit it to in-state students, undergraduate students, and the bachelor degree and below. There's $42 million in undergraduate need-based aid and graduate aid, and finally, the $37.5 million to restore the Pell Initiative that was removed in the second year, to support low-income students in accessing and completion. Moving on to slide 20, we did restored the funding for New College Institute, and there's some additional funding that's been provided through the Virginia Innovative and Partnership Authority for a life sciences research initiative that Kendra can cover. Last, I'll make a few notes on the internship program. There's some increased funding there and some additional wording on how to run the program. And also for the tuition assistance grant program, that's increasing the award from $5,000 to $5,125 the first year and $5,250 the second year. And with that, I will answer any questions or turn it over to Mike. Okay.
So turning to slide 25 is the overview of House Bill 29 for Health and Human Resources. There are very minimal actions in there, so we can move to the next slide. Slide 26, an overview of the actions in House Bill 30. Essentially, the conference report provides another $333 million general fund. On top of the actions in the introduced budget, bringing the increase to $2 billion general fund over the biennium. Of course, out of that amount, about $1.2 billion was to fully fund the Medicaid program. There's $150 million set aside as a Medicaid reserve, kind of contingent on higher than expected enrollment. There's also continued investments in community-based behavioral health services, as well as the addition of the 3,440 development disability waiver slots that were in the introduced budget, where the only actions in the conference report basically phase that in quarterly, as well as then increase the rates for DD waiver providers by 3% in each year to help improve build provider capacity. On slide 27, also under DMAS, there is about $24 million in savings in the healthcare fund, which comes from increasing the tax on liquid nicotine to 11 cents per milliliter. There's also other rate increases, 3% for Medicaid dental rates, as well as about $43.7 million for increases in nursing facilities. On slide 28, just a couple other things to note for DMAS. There's about $9.5 million for enhancements to their eligibility determination process and centralizing their mailroom to try to improve overall efforts related to eligibility. There's $5.4 million from the conference report for to support Children's Hospital of the King's Daughters, and another $1 million to support additional graduate residency slots for OBGYNs. On slide 29, the language for Medicaid managed care reprocurement does permit the contracts to take effect July 1st of this year, but it does modify some of the provisions to ensure limited disruption to members as they transition to the new contract. Moving to slide 30 on community behavioral health, I note the conference report does reallocate $18 million of the crisis funds from the introduced budget for other community-based services. This includes $15 million for workforce development of the CSBs, about $12 million for discharge assistance to help facilitate the movement of people out of the state hospitals, $9 million for STEP Virginia services, and $5 million for staffing for crisis stabilization units. And just to note that the language also directs from the crisis funds that $4.5 million over the biennium to support the Prince William County Youth Crisis Receiving Center. On slide 31, one other conference report amendment is also adding $6 million for permanent supportive housing. And then to note there are various language amendments to increase reporting on various pieces of data in CSBs, as well as STEP Virginia. And there's also the redesignation of $15 million for basically school-based mental health services in the budget to focus that money on school-based health centers. Slide 32 is just a summary of the actions affecting the behavioral health facilities, which I won't, there's nothing of any great importance to note. On slide 33, just one other thing to note in DBHGS is there is $2 million in the conference report to support the state rental assistance program, which supports individuals with developmental disabilities. Then moving to slide 34, the Department of Social Services, just to note here, this kind of summarizes the introduced budget actions. There were a few minor changes to TANF funds, like to support the Lighthouse Community Center, as well as the Virginia Cash Campaign, which helps people apply for taxes, for EITC and stuff. And then to note the other major actions for Department of Social Services on slide 35, there's $5.5 million to support child advocacy centers to backfill the loss of federal funds that they have experienced. There's $3.9 million to replace the Common Health System, which is the portal that citizens use to apply for and access information about their public assistance benefits. There's $4 million over the biennium to support language access in various state agencies, and a variety of other smaller pass-through grants and DSS. Moving on slide 36 to the Department of Health. Here I note probably two of the larger items. community health workers. There's $6.4 million over the biennium to continue to support community health workers after the expiration of federal funding that was used for those, as well as $6 million over the biennium to support free clinics and community health centers. And then on the next slide, 37, continuing with Department of Health, just to note, several of these are related to bills that passed the General Assembly, but there was also one related to the Northern Virginia firefighter and occupational cancer screening pilot. There's about $900,000 in the budget in the conference report for that. And then last, on slide 38, just to note also for the Department of Health, various language items that are actually focused on looking at the finances of the health department to try to put them on a better course going forward with recent issues that they've had. And then slide 39, the last slide for HHR. Other HHR agencies, I'll just note two things. Within the Department of Aging and Rehabilitative Services, there's it's about $6 million. Much of that is for brain injury services as well as for the Centers for Independent Living. And the last thing I'll note is the conference report does move the opioid abatement authority to independent agencies. With that, Madam Chair, that concludes Health and Human Resources.
Madam Chair, moving to slide 42 for Public Safety and Veterans. In Department of Corrections, a lot of this you've seen it introduced in the Senate budget, but there's funding to transition Lawrenceville to state management and to do a career progression program for correctional officers. The other thing I'll highlight that was in the House budget and was not initially in the Senate budget is that the conference report repeals language related to inmates with mixed sentences, portions of which are eligible for the enhanced earned sentence credit rate and portions of which aren't. The budget repeals that language, so the policy reverts back to the code as it was passed in 2020. Moving on to slide 43, Department of Criminal Justice Services. The first item, law enforcement recruitment and wellness. This was a one-time proposed initiative, and the conference report recommends removing that and redirecting it to other items. I'll also highlight Safer Communities program. This is something that was in the Senate budget to expand it by $7 million, expand it to Roanoke, and then also provide some money to VCU for some research. The conference report provides $20 million for the aid to localities with police departments over the biennium. And the other changes in Operation Ceasefire, there's a language change. So there's some, it basically removes $15 million over the biennium, but it maintains $10 million each year for the Operation Ceasefire grant program. And there's a language change so that state agencies are no longer eligible to apply. But there's a companion amendment in the OAG, and they get to keep their $1.3 million that they're currently using each year for Operation Ceasefire efforts. Moving on to slide 44. So a lot of this, again, you saw in the Senate budget, but the sworn officer pay step increase, the conference report provides $3 million instead of the $6 million proposed in the introduced budget. There are 4 positions provided for the Virginia Fusion Center above what they currently have. There's a change on med flight, and instead in the second year proposing to use trauma center funding to cover those med flight operations in Chesterfield. And then finally moving to slide 45 for other public safety agencies. There's money for the Department of Forensic Science to look at impaired driving data. And the other thing I'll highlight is the Cannabis Control Authority. This is very similar to what was in the introduced budget. The conference report moves it to independent agencies, essentially provides funding to implement the bill as it passed both houses, and it includes $1 million for loans through the Cannabis Equity Business Loan Fund. I'll note that this $1 million is in addition to fees that will be coming to that loan fund through the bill. Moving on to veterans on slide 46. The one thing I'll highlight is that the conference report provides $1 million in startup funding for the Veterans Care Centers, and then the rest of the items are similar to what you saw in the Senate budget. So, Madam Chair, that concludes public safety and veterans, and happy to take any questions.
Madam Chair, moving on to Commerce and Trade and Economic Development on slide, summarized on slide 48, and then the details are on slide 49. The conference bill provides a $20 million per year base for the Virginia Business Ready Sites program. The Amazon HQ initiative set aside is reduced to $42.5 million over the biennium, which will allow us to have enough funding set aside for when we begin payments in 2027. And then for the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative and the Make Ready for Broadband and the BEAD funding, there's language in the Caboose bill which will allow for projects that are at risk to potentially jump out of the VATI program or receive funding for the Make Ready to receive some grants to do pole work. And if those projects, if they decide to jump out, then they will be BEAD eligible for that funding when that becomes available. So in language directing the Department of Housing and Community Development to work with the utilities and the providers and the localities to achieve that end. There is also at the, further down on page 49, there's a $90.1 million provided for the Life Science Research Initiative, and that will provide funding to University of Virginia, Virginia Tech, Virginia Commonwealth University, and Old Dominion University for specific life science research projects. There are language amendments under the Department of Housing and Community Development that direct a new manufactured housing program and down payment assistance program. Those will be pilot programs funded at $5 million each from RGGI balances. Moving on to the Secretary of Labor on slide 51. This is primarily what you saw in the Senate budget, and there includes some funding for some Senate bills that were passed. Moving on to Agriculture and Forestry on slide 53. There's funding provided for the Dairy Margin Coverage Premium Assistance Fund, which will keep that level funded through the biennium. There's funding for the Blue Catfish Processing and Infrastructure Fund for the second year, so that project will continue also in that program. And there is a $2.5 million deposit to the Forest Sustainability Fund. Moving on to natural resources, it's summarized on slide 55, and then the details are on slide 56. The Water Quality Improvement Fund deposit for the Agricultural Cost Share Program is $201 million over the biennium. There's funding for the Norfolk Coastal Storm Risk Management Project at $25 million, and the Virginia Community Flood Preparedness is maintained at $100 million. There's additional support for the Agricultural Cost Share Program and engineering work at the Department of Conservation and Recreation, and there's also funding for staff support at for the Natural Heritage Program in Conservation and Recreation. There's funding for the Bristol Landfill Remediation Program at $26.5 million, and there's $20 million to create a capital grant program at the Department of Housing and Community Development for the 250th anniversary celebration, and the Elizabeth River Remediation Program has provided $3.8 million. I will point out there are language amendments in both House Bill 29 and 30 that deal with the Commonwealth rejoining RGGI. They direct the Department of Environmental Quality to take the regulatory action needed to reverse the regulations that removed Virginia from RGGI and to reinstate regulations that have Virginia participating in RGGI. But the appropriations are not tied to the regulatory action. Slide 57 summarizes the pass-through grants, and they total $13.6 million over the biennium. Moving on to transportation on slide 59. There's funding of $101 million for the toll relief program. There's $149.5 million for WMATA for dealing with the issue there. There is the $70 million going for the I-81 corridor improvement plan, and then a $7.5 million for municipal dredging in the Middle Peninsula. And then there's language in the Part 3, which designates up to $175 million from year-end revenue surpluses across the biennium for I-81 improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So turning to general government, which both Katie and myself will cover. Starting off on slide 61, the overview of HB 20, the Caboose bill for general government. Just a few minor changes really related to fully funding the bank franchise tax modernization, as well as other legislation like the administration of skilled games as those bills are implemented and their impacts on taxation. Moving to slide 62, the overview of general government. Conference report provides an additional net about $327 million general funds. Of course, the largest increase by far in general government is related to the state and state-supported salary increase, which is 3% in each year. That's effective in each year in the July 1st paychecks. And you can see the other high-level summary on that slide. Slide 63 basically just kind of gives you a summary of employee compensation actions across the bill, including teachers and support staff, which is funded under K-12. Moving to slide 64, legislative. The largest increase here is $2 million for the Brown versus Board of Education scholarships. And then you can see there's a variety of other things related to general operations, different commissions, staffing for different legislative commissions as well. Slide 65, judicial. Katie?
In judicial on slide 65, I'll just highlight a few things. Basically, the substitute judge per diem increases to $350 per day. There is some funding for the ceiling fee fund, $100,000 in the second year, and then there's funding for what we understand to be the conference reports for the bills related to court-appointed attorney payments and judgeships.
Moving to slide 66, the executive offices. Here, just to note a few items. The Office of the Attorney General, 4 additional positions were added related to various pieces of legislation impacting the office, as well as additional funding to support the Operation Ceasefire efforts, and then the funding to support a tribal ombudsman based upon a bill that the General Assembly has passed. The next slide is also for Katie.
Just the one thing I'll highlight on slide 67, which is compensation board, is that there is some funding for the Commonwealth's attorneys' offices, but the portion that you're seeing, the $1.6 million, is just for the paralegal positions that were included in the Senate budget, are included in the conference report.
On slide 68, in the other parts of the administration secretariat, just a few minor changes related to legislation that passed that impacts different agencies, including the referendum cost of Senate Bill 4 and the Department of Elections. And also just to note that consistent with legislation, the bill passed by the General Assembly, the Department of General Services is relocated to independent agencies. On slide 69, in the Finance Secretariat, there's $3.8 million for the defeasance of water infrastructure debt for the town of, for Craigsville. There's money for the wrongful incarceration claim passed by the General Assembly, as well as funding to support tax compliance positions, which help to generate additional revenue, as well as $1 million for planning for the new system of the Department of Taxation. On slide 70, just other things to note. This is essential appropriations, which is where things that affect multiple agencies are contained. So just to note here, where you talked about the salary increases, there's $79.3 million to fund the agencies, the health insurance premium costs of state agencies for their employees. There's $10 million for the Clean Energy Innovation Bank, which is also related to legislation. There's $83.8 million provided to adjust the funding for the state impact of the minimum wage bill. We'll note that there is language that if the bill does not take effect, that money would then be reprogrammed into a bonus for state employees and state-supported locals. On slide 71, the only other thing to note in essential appropriations, there was just a change in the benefit rate for group life, which generates an additional $11.2 million in savings for the budget. And then lastly, in general government, page 72, and the independent agencies, I will just say there was, for VRS, there's a work group to look at the judicial retirement system and different options there. And the conference report moves both to independent agencies. It moves the ABC Authority, the Cannabis Control Authority, the Department of General Services, and the Opioid Abatement Authority as independent agencies of the Commonwealth. And that concludes general government, unless there are any questions.
Madam Chair, turning to slide 74, this is the capital outlay program. So it includes $1.4 billion in general fund cash. And as April mentioned, that's almost 2 times the amount that you took out of the revenue reserve. And then it issues $385.8 million in general fund tax-supported debt for capital construction. It also includes some 9C and 9D revenue bonds related to higher ed and then non-general fund cash. If you turn to slide number 77, most of the capital program is focused on limiting tax-supported debt, honoring our existing commitments and maintenance reserve. So you'll see there's almost 464 million for maintenance reserve that's now split funded over the 2 years. There's 280 million to supplement previously authorized projects for cost overruns. An additional thing that was not in the Senate budget is there's now 400 million general fund and general fund debt supported for water quality improvement projects. There's equipment funding for projects coming online, and then there's new construction that focuses on the needs of agencies and replacement of critical facilities. And when you turn to slide number 6, you see a list of those construction projects and planning projects that are high priority needs for the agencies. The one thing that's not noted on here is the State Police Training Academy has returned back to planning to get a better cost handle and estimate on the plans for their desired training academy. Madam Chair, and the new state office building is now deferred to planning for either the 7th and Main site or the VDOT Annex building site, evaluating both of those sites fully. Madam Chair, that completes capital and the staff's presentation. If there are any more questions.
Madam Chair, that completes the presentation, so we're happy to go back and answer any questions from any of the other secretarial areas, and just mention that we are available to answer questions between now and when you vote tomorrow. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, if
Senator McDougall.
Madam Chairman, if it's appropriate, I think we should really thank this team. They have done a tremendous job, have spent countless number of hours, lost a lot of sleep, and spent a lot more time with you and I, Madam Chairman, than maybe they would like. But if we could give them our sincere appreciation for what they have done, they are absolutely tremendous.
Madam President, I'd like to give them a couple of weeks off.
I don't believe that's in the budget, Senator. I don't believe that's in the budget, Senator. Madam Clerk.
Turning to the blue sheet on your desk, page 2, conference report on House Bill 45.
Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Madam President, thank you so much. I would like to move that we adopt the conference committee report. House Bill 45.
Senator may continue.
And speaking to that motion, yes. House Bill 45 is simply additional language adding, allowing us, because it was funded, to include retroactively those individuals that had previous time served to be eligible for the earned sentence credits as well. And so I'd ask that we would move this conference report forward.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The report is adopted.
Page 4, House Bill 212.
Senator Pekarsky, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the conference report, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. There was a cognate bill that we passed out of this body that was very similar to this House bill, and we've been able to come to a compromise. There are a couple of minor word changes, and we actually struck the requirement for 30% of the board to be of diverse backgrounds to just a requirement of a diverse board. So that just takes out the percentage requirement, and I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passed. The report is adopted.
Page 7, House Bill 321.
Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that motion,
The senator has the floor.
thank you, Madam President. This has to do with the line of duty payment of benefits, where on our version we originally had 50,000 and the House had 100,000. We already agreed on a conference report to make that 75,000 as the benefits, and I hope we adopt that.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 8, House Bill 351.
Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee. I move to adopt the conference committee report and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the sort of the different take on locking devices for firearms bill. It's a little bit different than the one the senator from Northern Fairfax carried. The only change between the conference report and what we previously voted on is we removed the reenactment clause. Otherwise, the words are identical. Just to refresh everybody's memory, this is the bill that requires everybody to either purchase a locking device when they buy a gun or sign a form saying that they don't have a child in their house for more than 14 days a month. And it requires manufacturers to put a statement on the materials when a gun is purchased, saying that you need to get a locking device or you can be prosecuted. And it creates a new Class 3 misdemeanor. That's basically what the bill does. I think it was 2119 before, and I think it'll be 2119 again. So I can hope we can pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Page 8, House Bill 419.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Can that go by temporarily?
Without objection, it goes by temporarily.
Page 12, House Bill 736.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
I move we accept the report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill now has a work group of veteran service organizations, including not-for-profits and one for-profit, to come up with a better solution for future General Assemblies.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 12, House Bill 736. No. Sorry, you did.
Yeah,
That's the one that went by temporarily.
No, that was 419 on page 8.
Okay. On page 9, House Bill 457.
Madam President.
The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 457 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. HB 457 is the companion to my Senate Bill 80. And what the conference report does is it establishes criteria for a reduction in probation time. And the criteria includes things like additional educational courses, job training, participation in treatment programs, et cetera, et cetera. For those specific criteria, there's a reenactment clause for next year. And in the meanwhile, we direct the Department of Corrections to evaluate the implementation strategies for these specific criteria and any cost implications. And a report is due back to the General Assembly. I believe it's on November of 2024. So having explained the bill, it is a true compromise. I hope it is the will of the body to pass this.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
Page 12, House Bill 736. Okay. Page 17, House Bill 1401.
Senator Salim.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate agree to the conference committee report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill itself extends membership into the Virginia Law Officers Retirement System to full-time firefighters employed by the Department of the Military Affairs. In the Senate version, we add an enactment clause due to some confirmation on whether the National Guard Bureau reimburses the Commonwealth back, and we did get that confirmation. So the version here removes that enactment clause for 2025, and I hope that we adopt that.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 18, House Bill 1433.
Senator Dees, the senator from Charlottesville. Senator Salim, 1433. Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate agree to the conference committee report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 1433 provides that for the purpose of continued health insurance pursuant to the Line of Duty Act, an eligible dependent, including a child that was born as a result of a pregnancy that occurs prior to or no later than 6 months after the employee's death or disability. In the Senate Finance Appropriations substitute, it added the clause that more than 6 months to ensure that it won't matter when a child was adopted pursuant to the pre-adoptive contract, but still maintain the requirement that the contract be enacted into prior to the death or the disability. The intent described in concept in Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee meeting was to add the new 6-month window to all 3 categories of eligible dependents, and that's what this conference report does, and it fixes the technical error as well. And I hope we adopt the report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 18, House Bill 1496.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the conference committee report and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is Delegate Rasool's bill on surveillance technology. It had a cognate by the senator from Lynchburg, which seemed to have disappeared into a dark space on the other side. But yeah, very sad. But this one made it out, and it's a little bit different than what you saw when it left here. It basically requires every law enforcement agency in the Commonwealth to provide an itemization every year of any surveillance technology that they procure. What's a little different is that it has a list of exclusions, things that don't count as surveillance technology, things like routine office hardware, televisions, computers, printers, et cetera, because there was some concern that the list as written originally was like way too broad. It also requires now a report to the Virginia State Crime Commission in addition to JCOTS, and that's basically all the bill does. Is it's just designed to get a list so that we can get some transparency on exactly how Virginians are being surveilled by law enforcement, so that then if we want to take any legislative action on the technologies being used, we can sort of see what's being used and what's out there. That's what the bill does now.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 19, Senate Bill 18.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference report for Senate Bill 18. I'm speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the same as House Bill 1108, which we adopted earlier, which deals with the Virginia Public Procurement Act and construction management and design bill contracting. And again, I move that we adopt the conference committee report to 18.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 20, Senate Bill 80.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the conference report pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the companion bill to House Bill 457, which I just explained a moment ago. Again, it has to do with criteria for reducing probation and a report or a study coming back to us from DOC. And we recently passed its companion bill by a vote of 23 to 17. 2019. So I'd like to see that same vote, if not better, on Senate Bill 80. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass or shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The report is adopted.
Page 20, Senate Bill 105.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that we, may that go by for a moment, please?
Senate Bill 105 without objection is by temporarily.
Page 23, Senate Bill 393.
Senator Pekarsky. Senator Salim.
Madam President, I ask that bill go by momentarily.
Senate Bill 393 is by temporarily unless the senator is ready.
Yeah, Madam President, I'm ready.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the conference committee report be adopted and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We just passed the House cognate to this bill for the diversity boards, and just reiterating the changes we made, some minor wording changes, and we also deleted the percentage requirement of diversity on the board to access these funds. So I move that this pass.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The report is adopted.
Page 25, Senate Bill 496.
Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, Madam President. This is pretty much a cognate of the bill we just voted on not that long ago. Again, this is the bill where there was a difference in the amount for the Virginia Economic Development Partnership Program that helps retain businesses here in Virginia. We wanted, of course, $8 million. The House, they're a little cheap. They wanted 6, so we have compromised to 7. I hope that we can adopt the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Page 28, Senate Bill 627.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 627 go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 627 is by for the day.
Returning to page 8, House Bill 419.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Can that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 419 goes by for the day.
Page 20, Senate Bill 105.
Madam President.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. We seem to have worked out our differences. It was worked out through the conference budget report. So with that, I concur with the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
One more on page 19, Senate Bill 54.
Did you get that? Okay, page 19, Senate Bill 54.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 54 deals with early childhood care and education system. It focuses on family demand and preferences for affordable, high-quality early childhood care as for education services, and we worked out the differences relative to that on VPI, mixed delivery, and child care subsidy programs. And again, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 30, uncontested calendar, Senate resolution on second reading. Senate Resolution 121, relating to a portrait of Senator Richard L. Dick Saslaw, reported from the Committee on Rules.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senator Surraville, the senator from... The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended and the third reading of the title be waived.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the title be waived? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third reading of the title is waived. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the resolution be agreed to and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Resolution 121 will call for the establishment of a committee composed of the President Pro Tem, the Majority Leader, the Minority Leader, and myself, as well as the clerk, to compose a committee to put together, to do this portrait of this individual who served in this General Assembly forever and ever, for 48 years. So that would be the purpose of this committee and to do this portrait of Senator Saslaw. And with that, Madam President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The resolution is agreed to.
Memorial resolutions.
Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move the memorial resolutions on pages 30 through 33, HJR 267 through SR 185, be considered in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 30 through 33, House Joint Resolutions 267 through Senate Resolution 185, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the title of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 267, celebrating the life of Colonel William Joseph Flanagan, Jr., United States Army, retired. House Joint Resolution 281, celebrating the life of Diane Gay Flanagan. House Joint Resolution 365, celebrating the life of the Honorable Ansley Ware.
Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. May House Joint Resolution 365 please come out of the block?
Without objection, that resolution is out of the block.
Senate Resolution 142, celebrating the life of Phyllis Ann Stroth. Senate Resolution 144, celebrating the life of Aaron Buchanan. Senate Resolution 145, celebrating the life of Alan Roberts. Senate Resolution 147, celebrating the life of Lorraine Burchett Nice-Wonder. Senate Resolution 148, celebrating the life of Phyllis Hatcher. Senate Resolution 149, celebrating the life of Elbert Ray Lawson, Jr. Senate Resolution 150, celebrating the life of Virginia Bell Honeycutt Meador. Senate Resolution 151, celebrating the life of Jesse Lester McReynolds. Senate Resolution 152, celebrating the life of Danny Ross Lowe. Senate Resolution 153, celebrating the life of Robert Lee Fultz, Sr. Senate Resolution 154, celebrating the life of Danny Edward Castle. Senate Resolution 156, celebrating the life of Ben V. Mullins. Senate Resolution 157, celebrating the life of Michael Eugene Holbrook. Senate Resolution 158, celebrating the life of Samuel Lee Green. Senate Resolution 166, celebrating the life of Dana Bertrand Hamill. Senate Resolution 170, celebrating the life of Jeanette Lucille Graves White. Senate Resolution 171, celebrating the life of Jasmine Sad Thomas. Senate Resolution 179, celebrating the life of Kenneth Robert Krieger. Senate Resolution 184, celebrating the life of David R. Rathburn. Senate Resolution 185, celebrating the life of Antoinette Owens Ashworth.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner that remain in the block, except House Joint Resolution 365 on page 31. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution, please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Commending resolutions. Nope, sorry. We have to return to page 31, HJR 365.
Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 365. And speaking briefly to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. House Joint Resolution 365 is the House resolution honoring the memory of former judge and Delegate Honsley Ware. I spoke about him, and so did some of our other colleagues from the western half of the state a few days ago, about how much he meant to folks out our way. Just briefly today, I want to tell you we were very appreciative in Roanoke that Speaker Don Scott, Majority Leader Chanel Herring, and Appropriations Chair Luke Torian all came to Roanoke on a Sunday afternoon during session, driving away from Richmond all the way to Roanoke to then come back to Richmond to make sure that folks knew how much they appreciated Delegate Ware. And I appreciated Speaker Scott speaking about how Delegate Ware had served as an inspiration to him and the parallels in their life, and how he drew inspiration from Delegate Ware. And then also his very close friend, Chairman Torian, spoke about how he did not think he would be chairman of Appropriations today if it were not for his relationship with Delegate Ware, and Delegate Ware helping lead the way, both providing advice and doing that. And we very much appreciated that in Roanoke. Thank you.
The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution, please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that commending resolutions on pages 33 through 37, HJR 305 through SR 183 be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
The question is, shall the commending resolutions on pages 33 through 37, House Joint Resolution 305 through Senate Resolution 183, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the numbers of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolutions 305, 354, 367, 369, 396, 397, 406, 407, 140, Senate Resolution 143, 146, 155, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 167, 168, 169, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 180, 181, 182, 183.
The question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolutions are agreed to. Senator Somerville.
Inquiry of the clerk, does that complete today's calendar?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate?
Madam President.
Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I have an announcement.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to advise the body of a couple things before tomorrow. As you know, we're going to, well, maybe you don't know, we're going to come back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. We have to, we're not allowed to vote the budget until I think 4:24 p.m. Because of the 48-hour rule. But one other thing I think that everybody just needs to be aware of is tonight we expect some of the governor's actions on 7-day bills that were communicated to him earlier in the week to be communicated to us sometime tonight. And so I don't think that information is probably going to be uploaded to LIS until probably the morning. And so everybody needs to be aware you need to be checking the LIS in the morning so we all come in prepared. I think there were over 80 bills that were sent to him. And so in addition to the conference reports, we may have action on, a few dozen more votes. Hopefully no vetoes. But you know how it goes for those of you who haven't been here before, we're not allowed to take action on House bills. The governor acts on until the House takes action first. And so it's kind of like reconvened session. So that's going to lengthen tomorrow a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that before tomorrow and everybody's prepared when they come in. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Madam President, just a further announcement.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, and we have not taken the time to discuss this in caucus, but if one body does not act favorably on a governor's amendment, then it does not go to the other body. So if the Senate does not take favorable action on an amendment, then it does not go to the House and vice versa. So as you're looking at those tonight, if you see a lot of bills that are House bills, they will go to the House first. If the House does not agree with the governor's action or override the governor's veto in whatever case, then it does not come to the Senate. So as you're looking at those tonight, make sure that you're looking at them with that context.
Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Madam President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I didn't want the session to conclude without mentioning a few great people that aren't with us this session, that were with us during the previous term, that really made this a great place to be. We've recognized some folks like our majority leader, Senator Saslaw, who we're going to have the painting for, but some of the folks behind the scenes. And one of those people was basically his right hand for his final decades in office, and that was Janet Muldoon. And Janet Muldoon was his LA and chief of staff and just did an excellent job for him. And she really did an excellent job for Virginians far beyond the 35th Senate District, which I actually lived in at one time as a child, and Senator Saslaw represented us. And Janet Muldoon worked for our community. But she made things better for other communities across Virginia, too, in his work as the majority leader, but also in working with so many of the other LAs. And she really worked to make sure that the LAs were doing a good job for their community and the legislator they worked for. And the other day, I had someone who had been a Republican in LA who worked for a Republican senator that was not the most popular senator in Senator Saslaw's office. And I don't think Janet really appreciated that Republican senator that much either. But his LA said, you know what? It was obvious how she felt about the senator, but she never let that get in the way. And she made sure I knew how to do all these things so I could do the best job I could for our community. And it's wonderful having people like Janet Muldoon here. Another one of my closest friends from the General Assembly and also Senator from Franklin's is Jeff Ryer. And Jeff Ryer served as the press secretary for Majority Leader Morgan Griffith for a while, and served with some other Republicans on the House side until he finally saw the light and he came over and started working in the Senate, even though it meant he had to work for Senate Leader Tommy Norment, which was not always an easy task. And Jeff was a very good guy. He always joked that being the press secretary for the Republicans meant you were the announcer for the away team, because that's what it's like working in Richmond press corps. But he won the respect of a lot of members of the press corps because he was honest, and he had great, concise writing. And I really miss him. I know several of our other friends do, too. And then the last person I want to mention today was actually the last person I met on my very first day working here. I showed up in December before my first session where I was working as an aide, and they showed me all around the building. They showed me all these different folks, and I met a lot of people. And the older aide said, "Now you're about to meet the most important person for you in all Capitol Square. And I thought, I wonder who this is going to be. Am I about to see, it would have been Governor Kane at the time, or, one of the Senate leaders, or Speaker Howell. And it was Michelle Wright. And it was this smaller, very energetic lady. And I said, hello. And I was told, she's the most important to you because she's the one that makes sure you get paid. And I said, that's very important. I'm glad you made it. I mean, I got to know her. And she's always very kind to me over the years, and I appreciate that. And those are some great people that I've enjoyed working with. All three of them were here during the previous term and aren't here now. And we just got a lot of great people working for us in Capitol Square, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Senator Rome, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, rise for a brief point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to say a very quick thank you so much to staff from Meriwether's and to our maintenance team and everyone who keeps us fed in the back, who keeps the rooms clean, who takes care of our trash cans, who takes care of all of the things that are absolutely unsung but totally essential to the day-to-day for this. So for everyone in the back rooms, everyone patrolling the halls, thank you so much to everything for everything that you all do to make sure that we have the best state senate we possibly can.
Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to speak about the events of this morning. As most of you know, there's a tragic event this morning, and an individual was murdered right on Broad Street, right here on Capitol Square. And several things about that, aside from the tragic nature of it and the tragedy anytime anyone loses a life, stand out about this incident that make it even more shocking. First is that the murder did occur right here on Capitol Square, right on Broad Street at that bus station. Second, it occurred 7:30, 7:45 in the morning as many of our staff and us were coming in to the office. And third, this is a gun-free zone. Capitol Square has been a gun-free zone for 5 or 6 years now. And in fact, where the victim was sitting on the bus stop, they have signs, the white signs, and they have a red arrow and a mark right through gun and firearm, say this is a gun-free zone. And yet he was murdered right there in that gun-free zone. Apparently, law-abiding citizens like members of the General Assembly and our staff and all the people who work here do not carry their firearms onto Capitol Square, into the General Assembly building, or into the Capitol. But believe it or not, this criminal with evil in his heart ignored those signs, came right onto Capitol Square and committed a murder. So it is a tragedy, and the governor has a lot of these bills that will be hitting his desk that have come through, and I hope he will keep that in mind as he considers many of these firearm bills. But in the meantime, Madam President, in the off season, I'm going to talk and see maybe if we can make these signs bigger or meaner looking or somehow more intimidating. Murderers with evil in their heart won't ignore those signs and come on to gun-free properties and kill innocent citizens. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Diggs, the senator from York.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. As one of the newest members of this assembly, I want to say thank you to each and every member here. I especially want to say that I have developed new friendships, and I'm especially appreciative of the opportunity that we had during our orientation period where I got to meet new members of people on the opposite side of the aisle. While all of my friends here on this side have been very helpful to me, those on the opposite side have been very helpful as well. I feel like everyone has treated me here with courtesy and respect, and I am very appreciative of that, and everyone has been very helpful. I know that we all have, well, I did, had preconceived notions of what each member would be like, and I know you had preconceived notions of what I would be like. Certainly, my opinion of each and every one of you have been elevated through your actions and your courtesy and your helpfulness towards me. And I hope that my perception, the perception you have of me, likewise have been elevated, because I have done my best to be courteous and respectful and helpful to each and every member of this body. And I truly appreciate what each and every one of you have done for me. And for days I've been thinking about, I should write this down so I could be more thoughtful and expressive of my gratitude, but this is what you get. So thank you very much, and I just cannot, once again, I'm going to say thanks to each and every one of you for treating me so well. Thank you.
The clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Friday, March the 8th, 2024, the Committee on Rules will meet at the chair's desk immediately upon adjournment today. Rules at the chair's desk immediately upon adjournment. Tomorrow, Saturday, March the 9th, the Republican caucus will meet 45 minutes before session, Senate Room 2. The Democratic caucus will meet 30 minutes before session in Senate Room 1.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 2 p.m. on Saturday.
The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.